Testing 1 2. Can you hear me in the back? Good. All right. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're having a few technical difficulties on the live stream, so hopefully that gets corrected. Today is this is the 25th day of August, 2025, 10 a.m. This is your regular edition of the Lavaca County Commissioners Court, and with that, we will start with the confirmation of roll call. Precinct 1.
Here.
Precinct 2.
Here.
Precinct 3.
Present.
Precinct 4.
Present.
And the judge is here, so let the record reflect that all 5 of us are here, present, and accounted for. And with that, we'd ask you to stand with us and have our invocation. Our most Heavenly Father, thank you for this day here in Lavaca County. Thank you for these leaders that have gathered here together to make decisions for all of Lavaca County. Thank you to the public that is here as well. Thank you for our collective voices as we deliberate and make decisions together, Lord. And just we ask that you be with us today as we peacefully discuss our budget and our tax rate. And Lord, just we ask that everyone understands that we tax ourselves just as much as anyone else. So Lord, we just ask that everyone has an open mind to the direction that Lavaca County is heading. And Lord, we hope that we do everything in your name, and we hope that we do the will of you, Lord. We serve under you. As we are about to pledge our allegiance to these 2 flags, we serve under one Lord. And Lord, we are thankful for that. We're so blessed for that. And Lord, this is your house as much as the people's house. So we ask for these blessings in your name, Lord. Amen. Amen. Now our pledges. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Whether you're joining us here in the courtroom or you're live streaming us live or at some other time of the day, we thank you for paying attention to what your county government is doing. This is a special day for us. This is the one day I think I can probably say for all 5 of us we like to see come and go. Nobody wants to have to set a tax rate. Nobody wants to have to deliberate over the budget. But that's what we've been doing for the past 90 days. So it's an ongoing process. We're budgeting year-round. We're discussing plans year-round. This budget has not been taken lightly. It's taken 90 days to get us to this point. We've had budget workshops, or one workshop, I should say. We've had meetings with department heads, officials, new leaders. We've got 2 new leaders in Lavaca County, one in the DA's office, one in the sheriff's office. We have to give them what they need to succeed, and hopefully you all will agree. So that said, before we start our regular docket, we're going to have some public hearings. I will say this: we want to have respectful public hearings. This is not a debate. This is this budget has been debated for the past 90 days. This is a hearing. This is for the public to have a chance to say, "Hey, I don't like what you're doing," or "I don't like your budget." Fine. So we get to hear from you. So we have, I think, 3 participants that have asked to speak today. They filled out their public participation form. First, I've got Marie Day. I'm going to tell you who I've got. I've got Marie Day, wants to discuss on the tax rate. Kathleen Leiniger wants to discuss the tax rate. And I've got Trent Nichols, wants to discuss the property tax rate. So if that's all we have, do we have anyone else that wants to speak today? We've got another person who wants to speak? Okay. Did you fill out a public participation form? Okay. And you want to speak on any particular agenda item, or was it on the public hearing?
It was a general discussion. It's my first time ever coming to one of these. I try to avoid these things.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the way our court works is you must fill out a public participation form to speak, and tell us what topic you're going to speak on, or if you're going to speak in open. You can speak in open announcements if it's not on the form. Is there a public participation form in the back? They've got a blank one here. I'll let you fill one out. Okay. No problem, no problem. Okay. With that said, let me set the rules here. It's going to be, the presiding judge, we set the rules on how many minutes we have to speak. We only have 3 or 4. I can probably give 5 minutes each on each public hearing. So Marie Day or Kathleen, if that's probably 5 or 10 minutes each. You don't need that much? Okay. So Trent will speak, that's 5 to 10 minutes. Same for you? Okay. More than enough, she said. All right. With that, 1 second. Okay. So the first public hearing we're going to do is, the time is 10:07. We're going to have our first public hearing to continue the collection of the $10 records management and preservation fee for filing documents in the office of the county clerk. That public hearing will start at 10:07. To have anyone that wants to speak on that topic? Going once, going twice. All right. I'll let you speak on it. You get, wait, no, we want you to speak. State your name for the court, for the public record.
My name is Marie Day, and I live in Weed, Texas. And yes, I think that is a good thing. That's one thing we spend good taxpayer money on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wants to speak on the continue the collection of the $10 records management and preservation fee? Hearing none, I'm going to close that public hearing at 10:08. That public hearing is now closed. All right. Next is the public hearing on proposed Lavaca County 2025-2026 budget, and we'll start that public meeting at 10:08. If anyone wants to speak on the budget. Going once, going twice. I want you, if you would, come to, we want everyone to hear what you got to say, Ms. Day.
I had put this statement, and I gave you guys about the opening and closing balances.
Okay.
And, you know, I recognize the court's passion to make updates to the sheriff's, county attorneys, and EMS departments. However, we're not a rich county. The senior citizens, small business owners, and those working for those small businesses simply cannot continue to be taxed at the rates that you're proposing. That has to do with the tax rate, not the budget. Since the EMS Ambulance Service Fund has begun with a negative balance over the past 2 years and is predicted to open with a negative balance for the 2026 budget, if this department could start charging for its training of the public and other local government entities, this would help offset this negative balance. So I ask that you please consider this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wants to address anything on the budget? Going once, going twice. We're going to close that budget hearing at 10:10. Okay. Marie, since we started with you, I think we'll let you continue if you would like. Now we'll open up the public hearing on the proposed Lavaca County 2025 tax rate. That public hearing will start at 10:10. And Marie Dave, you'd like to speak some more? Or were you done?
You're getting my exercise today.
You're getting your exercise. Again, for the record, state your name.
Good morning. My name is Marie Day, and I am here today to state the reasons why it is so important to adopt the no new revenue rate and not the voter approval rate. Over the past 8 years, the county has grossly miscalculated its estimated revenues and expenditures. As you can see by the table I've provided to the court, this court overestimated expenditures on an average of over $4 million each year. Why is that important? Because tax rates are calculated based on what the court thinks it will spend and not what it actually has spent. We must do a better job of these estimates so that the tax rate figures can be more accurate. Over 36% of the county is 55 years or older, most of which are on a fixed income. The latest demographics of the county state the total dependency ratio in Lavaca County is 89.53, and the old age dependency rate is 44.58. If you approve the voter approval rate today of 0.5497, which is the highest rate that you can set without getting voters to approve it, it will be 7.28% higher than the no new revenue rate and almost 7.11% higher than last year. You will still get an increase in revenue if you set the no new revenue rate, which is 0.1524, because property tax values continue to increase in double digits. That's the key. When taxes go up, when property values go up, tax rates are supposed to go down. That was the intention of the Pivotal bill back in the 1980s. Last year, you raised the tax rate by 5.9%. The year before, it was 17.14%. It is so important to return to a more conservative and reasonable tax rate. The seniors on fixed incomes, the small businesses, and the private sector working for folks of our county can no longer carry this burden. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Again, this is not a debate. I will, for the record, set straight, we kept the tax rate the same last year, 0.5132. So 2 years in a row, the tax rate has been 0.5132. All right. Yes, ma'am. This is Ms. Kathleen Leidiger.
Yes, good morning. My name is Kathleen Leininger. I've lived here more than 40 years, and I am deeply disturbed by the continual escalation of tax rates that come in. We have a slush fund in this very rural county that if we need access to it, why can't we access that instead of penalizing the citizens of this county in the tax rate and return to the no new revenue rate or lower? Surrounding counties have drastically lower rates, and they do quite well. I am asking for your consideration, please, to not vote for the voter approval rate, but rather to vote for the no new revenue rate or lower. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leidiger. All right, next up is Mr. Trent Nichols. No stranger to the courtroom. If you would state your name for the court, please, sir.
Sure. My name is Trent Nichols. I'm a resident of Shiner. I have a business in Shiner and one here in Hallettsville. And although I'm not a stranger to the courtroom, Your Honor, I am a stranger to this courtroom. This is the first time I've ever spoken to you or to this body. And I thought it was necessary. I'm not necessarily sure how much good it's going to do, but I wanted to come just speak to you and give you sort of my opinion on a couple of things. And I want you to ask yourself before you vote today whether or not you feel like this new proposed tax rate is necessary. Not whether it's something you can do, clearly you can do it, but whether it's actually necessary. I'm not going to speak, I think there's already been some references to it, but to the overwhelming tax burden that people are feeling right now. And that's been obviously the main topic at our state legislature, in the governor's office, about trying to do some things to control the property tax rates that burdens the citizens of Texas. And there's no difference here in Lavaca County, unfortunately. First of all, I appreciate very much what you guys do. You're serving your community. For those of you that I know personally, I fully 100% believe that you do that out of service and that you have the interests in your mind of Lavaca County in mind. However, and by the way, I don't have a problem with the budget that you have and with the decisions that you're making as far as improving our EMS and improving our sheriff's department and improving the services that we provide the citizens. The question is this tax rate hike necessary for you to meet those goals? You've listed here that the proposed tax rate would bring in an estimated $1.6 million more in tax revenue. Keep in mind that every penny of that comes out of the pockets of the residents of Lavaca County. You do have a reserve fund that, to my knowledge, and I could absolutely be wrong, to my knowledge, the county has not dipped into, has not used any of those funds in any time in recent memory to serve the needs of the county. But it is there, and that's the purpose of a reserve, is that in the event that a need arises, you can use those funds. To the extent that this new budget calls for capital improvements, that's exactly what those funds should be used for, because those aren't recurring every year new expenses that this county needs to fund. These are one-time expenses, buying new ambulances, buying out, building out facilities, buying equipment for the sheriff's department. All of those types of things are capital expenditures that are not going to need to be funded every year. But what you're doing by adopting this new elevated tax rate is setting a new baseline, because next year the no voter rate is going to be based on what you adopt this year. The no new revenue rate is going to be based on what you do this year, which means next year you can look at your constituents and you can say, we voted for, if you choose to, the no new tax rate, but you're already $1.6 million more for next year than you are currently. So it's baked in now, and to my knowledge, the county doesn't generally go back and reduce tax rates and say, and not even just reduce tax rates, but below the no new revenue rate. In other words, if you adopt this year and get $1.6 million, next year, in order to get back to where we are now, you'd have to go well below the no new revenue rate. And I haven't seen the county do that before. My suggestion would be that you not adopt this rate, that you dip into your reserve fund to the extent necessary to pay for these new expenses, okay? The total amount, this $1.6 million, amounts to approximately 10%, and it's not exact, I think that's close to what your reserves are right now. Those reserves are sitting in bank accounts earning interest. So really it's even less than that, because the money that you don't use is still earning interest from the bank. So you're probably talking about, you're really only using roughly 7% of your reserves to fund this full amount, to have the same amount of revenue to use this year as what you're wanting to do with the tax rate, but you're not changing the tax rate, setting a new baseline, and you're not impacting the taxpayers of this county. So I would just ask you to think through those things, really consider that as an alternative option before you vote today, and whether or not this new proposed rate is actually what we need to do in order to fund the activities of the county. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, as I said earlier, this is not a debate. I want to clarify, when I say Trent's no stranger to the courtroom, he is an attorney, so we see him in lots of different cases, but thank you, Trent. Appreciate it. I want to say this to the public. Again, it's not a debate. Our county's been growing. We've been having some growing pains, lots of issues here. But the collective court, and that's for the past, me and I think Mark Myers as well, from 2022 to 2024, we collectively reduced the taxes by 0.0646. So that's a pretty good reduction. At the same time, we did not fund the sheriff's office adequately as far as overhauling them and rewarding them in another capacity. There's a whole other debate about that we've been debating all summer and in our budget workshops. I think the sheriff's office took up about an hour and a half of that budget workshop. So there is a rhyme and reason to what we're doing, how we're doing it, the personnel they put in place. We have a new sheriff, and the new sheriff is proactive. He's not here today. He's in training today, so he cannot be here. But he's very proactive. The results are you're already seeing the results. If you've seen any of the broadcasts from the sheriff's office, the Facebook postings from sheriff's office and the DA's office, we've got over 160-something indictments. They're putting people away. They're putting drug dealers away. They're cleaning up our town. And that was decisions that this court made January 6th. When the new sheriff came in, we made personnel decisions then. We took his dream and we put that into action, and so now we're paying for it. So taxpayers, that's you. We have to pay for it. I will say this too. When we talk about reserve, there's a lot of funding in the county, a lot of special funds. Every department has special funds we can't touch. We mainly look at the general fund. That's what this court is burdened with. And so we've grown our general fund balance from $4.5 million in 2019. That's basically when I took over. I took over in 2020. We ended up 2020 at $5.8 million, and then we got up to 8.5, a little over 8.5 in 2024. And when you say we haven't used those funds, we put $3 million of those funds last year into roads. So each commissioner got $500,000 each. Was it $500,000? Yeah. So I put $2 million into their budget for roads and equipment, and then we've also put another $1 million into joint paving equipment. So they've already paid for that paving machine. I see H&C's in the back of the room as well, but H&C still paves for us because it's about timing and different issues, but we have our own paving machine. So we put $3 million last year in from the general fund into hard assets, into actually paving roads. Road and bridge. So that account is something we monitor. I'm a cash man, so my life spent in the MBA world is growing cash for companies. This is a company, as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to grow that, and if it gets too high, we can put it into assets. We can put it back into roads, back into public service, or buildings, or whatever we need to. But Trent, appreciate you. Appreciate Marie Day, Kathleen. Thank y'all for speaking today. I do. You can make one more comment. I'll let you make one more comment. Again, this is a hearing. I don't think you're over your 10 minutes yet.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know you didn't have to let me do that, and I understand this isn't a debate. The one additional comment that I would make, and I understand that the tax rates can vary and that they can go down. What I'm not aware of is changing is the dollars that are coming in.
Absolutely.
So the actual dollar amount, not the percentages. The residents of Lavaca County don't pay their bills based on a percentage of their revenue. They pay their bills based on the dollar amount that those bills actually are. And so their tax rates, not from their taxes that they're paying, not from a percentage. Percentage doesn't matter to them. On a dollar basis, that dollar has never gone down. The dollar basis of what they're paying across the board. Now, I mean, I guess it's possible somebody's, valuation for whatever reason for their property could go down, but across the board, those dollars continue to creep up. The number of dollars that the county is collecting goes up. And so that would be my only comment.
And the court completely understands that. Thank you. Again, I'll make one other comment comparing counties to counties. I think DeWitt County, don't quote me, about $73 million is what they have in reserve, DeWitt County. You can't compare us to DeWitt County. You can't compare us to any other county. They've got a lot of money on reserves. We do not. We are a poor county. We get it. But on the same token, we have to have, right now we're sitting on about, our reserves equates to about 30% of what our tax levy collectively. So I'd like to see that at 0.5%, 50% at some point. But again, the cash stays in the system and it can always be used for other things and it's always there. So anyway, I appreciate everyone's comments. Any other comments on tax rate? I think Mr. Brandon, you want to speak on Lavaca County Development Office, Division of Land? Is that what you? Okay. I'm going to let you speak in just a minute in the announcements in public forum on that one. So, with no other public comments on the tax rate, that meeting, hearing will be closed at 10:24. All right, that concludes our public hearing components of the meeting. So now we're under action agenda items in our regular court session. Item number 1 is announcements, public comments. So Mr. Tingy? Okay, if you want to come forward, please. And I'll make you state your name for the court again on the record, in the microphone, so I can hear.
Yes, sir.
And the paper may want a spelling of that as well.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Tingey, T-I-N-G-E-Y. I live in Precinct 2 there in Moulton.
Okay.
So, is that good?
Yeah, you got the floor.
In
public comment, we usually give about 3 minutes. So.
Okay, I don't think I'll need that long. I just, I'm kind of fairly new to development and learning kind of how the process works, so I may be a little bit ahead. I'm concerned about a neighbor. I feel my blood pressure going up just thinking about what's going on here. I have a neighbor. I bought some land, and the original home site was approximately 500 acres. It was divided up amongst the kids, and each kid had some land. One of the kids passed away several years ago. They sold their land, and I was able to grab some of it. We have a neighbor that broke some land in, 45 acres, into 3 tracts. Not a big deal. It was approved by the commissioners. Everything was done. Since then, this neighbor, we have found after speaking with, I'm friendly with all my neighbors, and in discussion the other day, I want to make sure that we're aware of what's going on before the commissioners get these documents that say, hey, we want to do this. 6 months, a year later, hey, we want to do this. 6 months, a year later, hey, we want to do this. All looks fine when we're looking at one page. Let me tell you what's going on. I want y'all to Some of y'all may want to close your eyes and think about it for a minute. But in the 30 acres next to me, there are 17 buildings. In 17 buildings, 8 of them are places of living, residence. There's only one septic system over there that I'm aware of. There's 2 power lines coming in. This neighbor, I found out, wants to sell a piece in between me and their primary house, where they tend to, they're going to sell the 30 acre, they're going to sell the far end. So if we're looking on a map, they're going to sell the far east end. I connect to their far west end. And in the middle, they are going to build 3 more structures. And they're going to put 2 roads that come in. And they've already started it. Commissioners haven't approved any meets and bounds. They've already cut the road. They've already cut the fence. They've already ran over the fiber optic cables. They've already taken trees down. They've already started. And flew a drone up the other day, and where they have this house marked on the corners and all ready for Tilson Home to build, it's right on the actual, it's actually over the property line of the 15 acres they're selling. So this week, when the surveyor comes out, he's going to let them know, hey, meets and bounds, whatever y'all are building here is not in it. So when I think about this piece of land next to me, most of y'all, you might live next to a trailer park, you might live in the trailer park, no big deal, but where I live is homes that are older than my parents. It's a house there that's early 1900s home. I want to build a home that looks like an early 1900s home. When I put my fence in, I got it approved by the commissioners where I wanted to do my entrance. I pulled the T-post up and got mad at my fence guy for any T-post that he bent, because I wanted to put those old, rusty, straight T-posts back in the ground. I want people, when they drive by my property, to make it look like it's been there for my grandparents gave it to me. When I give it to my great-grandkids, I don't want them to look at the 17, now going to be 19 homes across the pasture next to me. But when I look at this subdivision regulations that was recorded in January of 21, I'm not sure if that's still the same one that y'all use, but I skimmed through it. What I see when I look at this place next to me is a economic hardship. They're putting in roads, entrances. They're messing with the drainage. They have street access, the storm drainage, the sewer facilities that they have, the streets, the entrances. Alum lives across the street from them. They have lived there for over 20 years, where they are now putting 2 entrances to build their 2 new Tilson homes. Both entrances go directly to the road to where his entrance is. They have 30 acres, and they want to put their entrance right there. Again, it's not a big deal. We probably have land that we pull out and we face. But these things I'm looking at, it creates a problem to me, because I want the commissioners to know what their intent is. So I'm going to take just a few more seconds to lay this out. 45 acres was broken to 15. That 3 15s, one of the 15 is being sold. We got 15 left. Of that 15 left, I've already offered for the 15 they're selling. So I thought, well, I'm going to buy it from them. So the 15 that's left, they're taking 8 of it out to build a Tilson home. They're taking the other 4 out to build the sister's Tilson home. And the other 3 acres, they're going to deed it over to the neighbor where they can have a pond. So 45, 3 30s, 2 15s, 1 15 sold to 3 tracts of this last 15, and we're still building more homes. So someone may buy that property, the 15 acres on the far side, and they may level all of those 11 homes that are on that structure. I don't think they will. But if they don't, now I'm going to have 19 homes in a 30-acre tract. And I can't get mad at the new neighbors, 2 pastures over, because they just bought the original homestead. But I want the commissioners to know what's going on. And I want them to be aware of where the entrances are being placed, what utilities are in that area. I want them to realize that the subdivision restrictions have acreage requirements. So I want to make sure that we follow the rules, and that's all I can ask y'all to do. And I know y'all do, and I've never seen how it works, but When I look at these rules that y'all adopted in '21, there's a lot of them that are messed up. Now, before I say anything else, I'm just going to say this in open forum. Is there any realtors here? Y'all will understand what this is. Maybe the lawyer that spoke up a minute ago. They did a pretend sale. They've done it 4 times with the same title company here, which is against the law. It's also tax evasion, and it's considered to be fraud. What they did is the mother bought the land, sold it to the daughter a year later for $100,000 more. 14 months later, sold it back to the mother for $100,000 more. Last August, they sold it back to the mother for another $100,000 more. So this $300,000 loan they originally took on 45 acres now has a $700,000 loan on it. Each year they're adjusting it. They're inflating the cost by $100,000 so they could pocket that money. They're avoiding the capital gain tax. There's only 8 types of permissible transactions according to the Texas Constitution, and they have violated that with the pretend sale. That's what's going on next door, and I just want the commissioners to know what their intentions are.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
But there's not enough time today to cover
Thank you.
it, but I want to make sure that you know, your commissioner in precinct 2.
Yep.
We
Yeah, I
want
don't think they've introduced the...
have y'all met yet or
Yes,
interviewed?
yes, I've met a few of them. Yes, sir.
The issue is ongoing. We're aware of it. We've sued one developer already. We got a
Okay.
lawsuit in the mix, and we're not afraid of another one. So we've got.
I just wanted them to be aware when they see it, okay, this is what's going on over there, let me make sure everything's in order.
We have, we use Allison Bass and McGee to file that lawsuit, and then our attorneys sat with them through that lawsuit and are sitting with the whole duration, so they'll be ready to take the lead. That's James Reeves and Forrest Michelle.
I filled out the form, they can say on there at the bottom, it says, are you for or against, whatever, and I just put on there, you might see it, I'm for taxes, so I don't want to
Appreciate
spend your tax money on that.
Can we call you later, set up an appointment to talk to you?
No, that's okay, I just wanted to kind of make it aware, so if y'all haven't got the, they call it meets and bounds yet, so whenever y'all do get those in the next couple of weeks,
Okay.
when you see what they're doing, you have a little background on
All
it.
right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The only thing I'm going to add, I know, but one thing, we have 871 miles of road. We can drive those roads all day long, but can't see what's happening in interior unless landowners tell us what's happening. You've got to report the violators back to the judge's office, and we will follow suit. Rain, you want to say something?
Yeah, let me just say that I do know Brandon. We are neighbors. We're acquainted. He did contact me last week about this issue. What I did was, rather than go and confront the landowners, which I can do that, but I don't think that's the smartest thing to do because there's a for sale sign there. So I called the realtor. The realtor called me back this morning, and I explained to them that they cannot subdivide that property without coming before Commissioner's Court for approval. And so they understand that. The realtor was rather new and didn't quite understand why that would be necessary. But I explained, regardless, even if the property fronts the county road, you'll still have to get a permit even to provide a culvert and an entrance to that property. So they are aware, so that those property owners will have to file the survey and the description of what they plan to do with the court. That has not been done. We had no idea that they were going to do this. And so when Brandon informed me, I took steps to make sure that it comes before Commissioner's Court to be analyzed and approved or disapproved. So anyway, that's where we are. Brandon, thank you for coming today.
Appreciate you. All right. It's not on our agenda, so we're not really supposed to discuss it, but again, sometimes we're public too. We get to discuss things. All right, I got 2 more announcements to make before we move on. Tonight, 7 p.m., Great State Republicans have a meeting at 7 p.m. They've got Senator Lois Kolkhorst and Sheriff Roy Boyd from Goliad County come to speak. Is that correct? 7 p.m.? Lutheran Church? Lutheran Church here in Hallettsville. All right. Make sure you want to attend that. I know there's some things we want to say. But anyway, okay. Last thing I got announcement-wise, this is to all county employees with a computer and especially elected officials. You've got till August 31st, 2025 to take your cybersecurity training. Cybersecurity training is due by 8/31/2025. I finally took mine Friday. Took me about 30 minutes, maybe 32. something like that. It's not long. But you have to take that by law. Officials have to take that training by August 31st. And if you don't have a login, see Shayna Opiella, she is keeping track of it. Any other announcements? I think this meeting will move faster once we get through. We got lots to cover, so we're going to have to go fast through some of this. All right, with no other announcements, we'll move on to number 2. Acknowledge per local government code 111.008C. This budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $1,664,971, which is an 8.43% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $327,063. That's new construction, new homes, new barns, whatever they're taxing. That added 327 from 327,000 out of that new construction to our budget. That's found on page 1. Do I hear a motion to acknowledge that? Do I hear a motion to acknowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Motion made by precinct 1, second by precinct 2, to acknowledge per local government code 111.008C. This budget will raise more revenue from property taxes than last year's budget by an amount of $1.664971 million, which is an 8.43% increase from last year's budget. The property tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year is $327,063. Had a motion from precinct 1, second by precinct 2. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Number 3, per local government code 152.013, section A, set the salary, expenses, and other allowances of elected or precinct officers. There's no attachment to that because we made no raises adjustment for elected officials. Is that correct? All right. Do I hear a motion?
So moved. Second.
I heard precinct 3, second by precinct 4. Motion made by precinct 3, second by precinct 4, per local government code 152.013, section A, to set the salary and expenses and other allowances of elected or precinct officers. Any other questions or comments? I will say this, typically we put those salaries in the paper, but there's no raises given, so there was no need to put in the paper this year. Anyway, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, number 4, adopt the 2025-2026 Lavaca County budget with any changes per LGC code 111.008 part B. That section allows us to make a few changes. We proposed this budget on August 1st. We do have some changes, and Shane has been keeping track of those changes. Do you want to walk us through those changes, Mrs. Opiella?
Yes, you should have a memo in front of you.
I'm looking for it. There it is.
Road bridge and MRR funds, you will see that by precinct, your total budget that will be adopted. The increases were the rollover of funds as indicated by each commissioner. For road bridge, I mean, you want me to go through each road bridge?
I don't think you have to go through each of them because this is their money that they're rolling over to put into the next fiscal year. This does not change the tax rate or the revenue.
This is primarily due to either projects that will not be completed by the end of the year, or if a commissioner just desires to move excess money they hadn't used in prior years over to the general fund. The district clerk had just some minor changes to professional services and communications. The EMS fund, payroll line item for the administrative assistant increased $2,000. Health and dental insurance increased due to the Medicare crew that was enacted during the middle of this current fiscal year. And incentive pay, there was an incorrect dollar amount in the proposed budget that was corrected.
Okay.
County clerk special funds, we made some changes to her digitizing, preservation, records management, and her records archive funding for shelving and restoration projects. And she's going to have some things that she's going to have done.
Okay. Any questions or comments regarding the changes to the proposed budget that was posted on August 1st? Hearing none, do I have a motion to do I hear a motion to adopt the 2025-2026 Lavaca County budget with any changes, with those changes as read per Local Government Code 111.008, Part B.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Okay. Motion made by Precinct 4, second by Precinct 3, to adopt the 2025-2026 Lavaca County budget with the changes as provided by the county auditor per Local Government Code 111.008, Part B. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Do we need to show hands on the budget? Let's get show of hands on approving the budget as provided with changes. Let the record reflect that all 5 of us raised our hand to support that budget. All right, number 5. That motion passed, by the way. Item number 5, adopt the 2025-2026 Lavaca County tax rate. Do I hear a motion or proposal?
Your Honor, I move that we adopt a property tax rate of .4464 for M&O rate. We have no debt rate. I also move that we adopt the .1033 for farm to market road rate for a total tax rate of .5497.
Okay, motion made by Precinct 1.
Second.
Second by Precinct 2. I have a motion made by Precinct 1 to adopt the, motion made by Precinct 1, second by Precinct 2 to adopt the 2025-2026 Lavaca County tax rate as follows. A rate of .4464 for the M&O rate, .0000 for debt rate, and .1033 for the farm to market road rate. That gives us a total tax rate for the next fiscal year of .5497. Any questions or comments? The only thing I want to do, make comments to the public is aware that I gave a State of the Union, State of the County address 2 weeks ago. In there, we have some liabilities. We have lease purchase options. We've got a lease purchase on Motorola equipment. We still owe $2 million on that. We owe on some equipment that these guys have paid for. It's really kind of like debt, so we have some obligations, and we always factor that in, even though we have a 0 debt rate. We do not have any tax rate servicing that, so we service that through just normal operations. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. We do have some other obligations that may not just come out crystal clear to you guys. So anyway, I had a motion from Precinct 1, second by Precinct 2. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And I think we'll need a show of hands on this for accepting the, show of hands if you accept the tax rate as read. Let the record reflect that all 5 of us raised our hand to move to that voter approval rate of total rate of .5497. All right. Next, moving on, number 6. That motion passed, by the way. Moving on, item number 6, approved plan for collecting the records management and preservation fee for filing documents in the office of the county clerk. That's found on page 2 through 5 of your packets. Do you hear a motion?
Your Honor, I move that we approve a plan for collecting record management preservation fee for filing documents in the office of the county clerk.
I second that motion.
Motion made by Precinct 1, second by Precinct 2 to approve the plan for collecting the records management and preservation fee for filing documents in the office of the county clerk. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Item number 7, approved plan for collecting the district clerk's records management preservation fee to fund the records management and preservation services for documents in the district clerk's office. That's found on page 6 through 7 of your packets.
Your Honor, I move that we approve the plan for collecting the district clerk's records management and preservation fee to fund the records management and preservation services for documents in the district clerk's office.
Second.
I heard Precinct 1. Beat you to it, Kenny. Motion made by Precinct 2, second by Precinct 1 to approve the plan for collecting the district clerk's records management and preservation fee to fund the records management and preservation services for documents in the district clerk's office. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Number 8, discuss and approve the Democrat and Republican presiding judge and alternate judge appointments for 2025 through 2027. That is found in your packets on page 8 and 9. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Motion made by Precinct 4, seconded by Precinct 3 to approve the Democrat and Republican presiding judge and alternate judge appointments for 2025 through 2027. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Thank you very much, and I think our two party chairs are here today, correct? Yeah, all right. Thank y'all for doing what you do. We appreciate y'all. Number 9, discuss and approve engagement letter with KM&L to perform external audit services for fiscal year ending 2025. That's brought to you by the auditor, found on page 10 through 16. Okay. Do you hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. I'll second.
Motion made by precinct 4, second by precinct 3 to approve the engagement letter with KM&L to perform external audit services for fiscal year ending in 2025. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Number 10, discuss and approve fiscal year 2025 TIDC formula grant statement accepting the grant award in the amount of $22,501. That's found on page 17 through 18. This helps, this is the money that comes back to us, Shana, for at the end of the year, correct? All right. This helps us offset paying attorney fees that do not have conflicts or conflicted out with in our criminal justice system. We'll assign it, judges will assign an attorney, they'll conflict out, we have to pay that out of pocket. This helps us offset that. Doesn't pay it in full, but it does help us. So do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion made by precinct 3, second by precinct 4 to approve fiscal year 2025 TIDC formula grant statement accepting the grant award in the amount of $22,501. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Number 11, acknowledge Governor Greg Abbott's proclamation declaring a disaster declaration in Texas counties in response to wildfire dangers throughout the state. That's found on page 19 through 21. Do we hear a motion?
Make motion to approve. Second.
Motion made by precinct 4, second by precinct 3 to acknowledge Governor Greg Abbott's proclamation declaring a disaster declaration in Texas counties in response to wildfire danger throughout the state. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. And here's our own declaration. Number 12, discuss and approve ratifying the burn ban order that was implemented on August 18, 2025 by the judge. That's found on page 22 through 23. Tim Decker, you in the room? What's our KBDI today? 556. Okay. That was as of 10 a.m.?
As of 10 a.m. today. Tim Decker, Lavaca County EMS Fire Chiefs Association liaison with the county. So we have been seeing a rise in our KBDI. Of course, these hot days, 100-plus degree weather, even in the 90s, it's been pulling the moisture out of the ground. So we're currently at 556. Yesterday we were at 547. So you can see our average rise is going to be anywhere between, I'd say, 7 and 10 points a day, as long as we're not getting rain. We do have a little bit of an outlook the next several days in the next week as well too, with some chances of rain. So keep the prayers flowing that we receive a little bit of that. The cloud coverage will even help too, even if that's all we can get. But a lot of our grasses, a lot of our pastures are starting to dry. It just promotes a lot of fire spread more than anything, and that's the biggest concern that a lot of our fire chiefs have when talking with them, is about the spread of the fires that start. We had seen a recent uptick in the last week or so of some fires. Yoakum, Hallettsville area, Shiner and Moulton, we've been somewhat fortunate and haven't had a whole lot of those, but enacting this burn ban will help try to keep some of the adjacent landowners safe when any fires do start. You still can create a trash pile fire as long as it's in a container with a screen over the top, but during this time you can't have any bonfires, you can't shoot any aerial fireworks, things of that nature. So the only fires that you can have is if you're cooking on them or you're providing warmth. And I don't know if anybody's providing warmth this time of the year, so that excuse might be out the window. But if you are burning trash, which many of us around the area do, just make sure you have it in somewhat of an enclosure and a screen over the top. And the fire chiefs will appreciate that in advance.
So if you're looking for warmth, call 911. You're having a heat stroke. Something's
yeah.
not right.
Unfortunately, you may see some of my compadres trying to help you out. So please stay hydrated when you're out there, because this heat is brutal. so.
Does the fire chief have a recommendation at this point at 556 that's over their limit?
Yes, so the fire departments, the fire chiefs do recommend that we enact a burn ban, just for the safety of the responders and those out in the county.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, the judge can set a burn ban. It must be ratified by the court to last more than 7 days, so I'm asking the court to entertain extending that burn ban indefinitely.
I move that we approve ratifying the burn ban.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by precinct 2, second by precinct 1 to approve ratifying the burn ban order that was implemented on August 18, 2025, and that will be good for 90 days unless we come back to court and make a decision otherwise. Any other questions or comments? I will say this, Mr. Decker, Tim Decker, I saw your sign in downtown Moulton. They got some new signs that are out notifying the burn ban. That caught my eye. So,
We do have several pylons that are out in major intersections of each of the incorporated cities, so
Okay.
hopefully we can try to get the word out to the whole bunch and try to spread the word a little faster.
Very good.
Having those intersections, it seemed like it's done well. Since the burn ban's been active, we've had very, very minuscule fires, so that does seem like it's done.
thank you. You know, I'll add one more thing is we were kind of making a decision money quickly because we were trying to meet the newspaper deadline. It's almost, once you make a burn ban declaration after the newspaper goes out, you're waiting a week for the paper to get out. So Monday's the best day to make that decision, and we went ahead and made it on Monday. It rained on Tuesday. The rain didn't do much. It did make a dent in it, so. All right, I have a motion made by precinct 2, second by precinct 1. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. We are still in a burn ban. All right, number 13, discuss and/or approve 2026 sheriffs and constable fees. That's found on page 24 through 25. Is there any constables here that want to speak on that? They were here. They bolted. I know they wanted to raise their fees by $25 across the board.
I did talk with Constable 4, and he
I'm gonna-
recommends that
You want to read that? Or he sent us a,
after conferring with the other constable, we are all in agreement. Service fees have not been increased in several years. Therefore, we believe it's feasible to do a $25 increase across the board on all fees.
okay.
That's from the constable.
All right, that was Constable Kerry Peterson, Precinct 4, speaking on behalf of all constables. Do I hear a motion to?
I move that we approve the increase of $25 on all fees.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Precinct 1, second by Precinct 3 to approve the 2026 sheriff and constable fees by making all fees go up by an increase of $25 across the board. Any other questions or comments?
You don't need to read them out, do you?
No. You do not need to read them out. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Number 14, discuss and approve service agreement between Voice Product Service LLC and Golden Crescent RPD-Lavaca County Sheriff's Office. That's found on page 26 through 38. Again, this is a standard agreement for us using services through Golden Crescent.
Your Honor, I move that we approve the service agreement.
Hold on a second.
Second.
2 and 1. We got a motion made by Precinct 2, second by Precinct 1 to approve. Josh, Mr. Captain, you want to say anything on this, or?
Sure. We just wanted to point out this was an existing contract for services. It's our 911 recorder system. Just needed an update contractual agreement, so that's all this accomplishes.
Okay, thank you. Had a motion made by Precinct 2, second by Precinct 1 to approve the service agreement between Voice Products Service LLC and Golden Crescent RPD-Lavaca County Sheriff's Office. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Again, we're moving right along. We still got a lot to cover. Y'all tell me if you need a break. Anyone need a break at this point? We're going to move forward. All right, we'll keep moving. Item number 15, discuss and approve using contingency funding from line item 5409-6005 up to $15,000 with benefits to bring in temporary administrative personnel for the Lavaca County Sheriff's Office for the next 120 days. There's no attachment to that. You want to brief us on that?
So currently at the Sheriff's Office, we have an Administrative Assistant, Phyllis Bush, who is planning to retire here looking at December of this year. Ms. Bush has been with us, with the county at the sheriff's office since, I believe, 2016. Before that, she was with the district court, I believe, since 2006. With smaller departments, a lot of our personnel wear multiple hats, multiple duties. So there's lots of a wealth of knowledge that she can train and give to the next person in line for the job. We are requesting to open up this funding, to open up a position. That way we can bring a person on board and actually be taught by that administrative assistant that's going to be retiring, so that we don't have any business practices lost and we're kind of in front of the curve.
I will say I did ask the sheriff for a resignation letter, and she did submit a resignation letter dated, I think, December 2nd as their planning or departure date. She'll have some comp time and some things to take off before then. But anyway, do you hear a motion to approve this?
Yes, I approve.
Second.
Motion made by precinct 1, second by precinct 2 to approve using contingency funding from line item 5409-6005 up to $15,000 with benefits to bring in temporary administrative personnel for the Lavaca County Sheriff's Office for the next 120 days. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Again, that's what our contingency funding is for, to help out with an outgoing employee and get some coverage. Item number 16, discuss and approve MOU between Lavaca County Sheriff's Office and Alexander Milinsky. Is that correct? Milinsky. He's a licensed TCO instructor for the purpose of providing training for the TCO Courthouse Security Certification course. That's found on page 39 through 41. Mr. Vaslavic, you want to walk us through it?
Sure. So this MOU is going to be between Mr. Malinsky and the Sheriff's Office, the County of Lavaca. So he is a TCO instructor that specializes in courtroom security, courthouse security. He works for the El Paso Council of Judges as a bailiff supervisor and TCO instructor. We made contact with Mr. Malinsky about hosting a class of our own. The 40-hour courtroom security class is 40 hours. It's a week long. Usually there's some scheduling considerations to take place because we have, our courthouse security personnel here and all the different bailiffs that help. It's hard to get them all in a class at the same time. The proposed training dates are going to be a week that we don't have any. We have no district court, and also Mr. Malinsky is coming down on his own time, just asking for travel reimbursements as far as his fee. He's not charging us a fee for this, so it's also saving us, taxpayer funds for that training. Just sending one person to a week-long class in a different region of Texas with hotel travel per diems and the cost of the training would equate to pretty much what Mr. Malinsky is going to be charging us. And we're able to not only host this for our own personnel all at one time, but also open it up to the local police departments and sheriff's offices in the region so that we can all be trained by the same person in the same way.
All right. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion made by precinct 3, second by precinct 4 to approve the MOU between Lavaca County Sheriff's Office and Alexander Milinsky. I don't know if that's bad. What? Mietlinski. Milinsky. He's a licensed TCO instructor for the purpose of providing training for the TCO Courthouse Security Certification course. Any other questions or comments? All I'm going to say is, Josh, thank y'all for what you do over there, and you're bringing in some top-notch training to get our regional counties involved. So I know all the county judges are appreciating what you guys are doing as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate you. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Thank you, Josh. All right, number 17, discuss and approve memorandum of agreement 287G task force model between ICE and Lavaca County Sheriff's Office for the purpose of nominating and training personnel to perform certain functions of an immigration officer under the supervision of ICE. That's brought to you on page 42 through 56. Do you want to walk us through this one?
Sure. So following this task force model, entering this MOU agreement will allow us to get some of our staff trained to perform basic functions of immigration checks. They'll be cross-designated as ICE customs officers with limited Title 8 authority. That Title 8 authority is what effectively gives them the authority to check someone's immigration status or their status to be here in the United States. Currently, what's happening is when people come into the jail, if they're not already on a detainer, there's certain business processes that trigger ICE to be alerted that a person in our custody is possibly a immigration violator. We have to contact ICE, or ICE contacts us, and there's a process for a detainer to ultimately get that person transferred into federal custody to answer for that particular type of crime. This is going to allow us to facilitate, to streamline that process, and start getting the ball rolling ourselves. Also, we'll be able to transport these individuals out of our custody into ICE custody. Currently, we have to wait for someone from Houston to come. It can take up to 2 days. Of course, that takes on extra cost of housing those persons for additional days. Now we can help with getting that detainer and then sending them out of the sheriff's office custody sooner, so that we're not incurring those fees just for holding somebody for someone else.
One question I got to ask is, I sat in with the Houston area ICE director in this courthouse. He came in to talk to us. It's my understanding that an officer on the side of the road can call ICE immediately on the side of the road for an INS detainer?
Correct. If a deputy, say, makes a traffic stop and
So any deputy can do that?
any deputy can do that. They contact them on the phone. They do a short phone interview. They'll be able to look up their documents and maybe any prior apprehensions and give us a detainer right away. However, that's not always done, or say people get arrested at house calls, 911 calls, something like that. A deputy or a police officer didn't go through the detainer process. We don't find out about their immigration status until on the back end.
Okay, all right. You'll hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
The motion made by Precinct 4, second by Precinct 3, to approve the memorandum of agreement 287G, task force model between ICE and the Lavaca County Sheriff's Office for the purpose of nominating and training personnel to perform certain functions of an immigration officer under the supervision of ICE. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Number 18, discuss and approve bond for Ricardo Montemayor, Deputy Sheriff. Do I hear a motion?
I'll second the motion.
I didn't hear. Who made the motion? Motion made by Precinct 3 is what I heard. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Precinct 1. Any other questions or comments, or do we need to discuss anything? Probably not.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion made by Precinct 3, seconded by Precinct 1 to approve the bond for Ricardo Montemayor, Deputy Sheriff. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Number 19, discuss and/or approve the state's amendment to Local Government Code 551.043 effective September 1st, 2025, whereas public meeting notices must be published with at least 3 business days' notice instead of only 72 hours' notice. There's no attachment on that. I'm notifying the court that changes next, this is in effect. This will change by next Commissioner's Court. So our next court meeting is going to be September 8th. Our agenda has to be posted by September 2nd, Tuesday. So it's going to change everything right here. You think government's slow. This is going to slow it down even more. I have no idea who passed this and why. But posting on Friday, coming back to court on Monday was just perfect for nearly every county government. So just giving you a notice of that. But we need to, let's go ahead and prove it that y'all understand that. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Precinct 3, second by Precinct 4 to approve the state's amendment to Local Government Code 551.043 effective September 1st, 2025, whereas public meeting notices must be published with at least 3 business days' notice instead of only 72 hours' notice.
And I guess the way it's going, Mondays will work for now. We just may wind up eventually moving on forward.
I guess, but I mean, still, if you post Tuesday, but if we move it, there's all kinds of things. Nailing and I were talking about this too. I mean, we have a court meeting, and then immediately we've only got basically 5 more days to get another agenda ready. So it's just going to change how we think and do things. It's going to slow us. It's going to slow us down. Well, if that's the case, you have a court meeting and post again the next day. What happened in between those 2 days? So it's strange. Anyway, motion made by Precinct 3, second by Precinct 4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion is approved. Number 20, discuss and approve advertising for bids for the demolition and removal of the abandoned building located at 400 North Texana, Hallettsville, Texas 77964. It's brought to you by the Judge's Office. That's found on page 62. Let's see if I can find it. All you guys looked at this. At last court meeting we adjourned, we went and looked at the building. On page 62, what the scope of project is this. Let me just read it. And y'all approve, if y'all don't approve this, we can amend this bid process. It says sealed bids, plainly marked, will be received by Shayna R. Opiella, Lavaca County Auditor, 109 North of Main Street, Houseville, Texas, 77964, until 10:30 a.m. on Friday, September 12, 2025, for the following items for Lavaca County. The scope of project is demolition project of the abandoned building located at 400 North Texana Street, Houseville, Texas, 77964, also known as the Fur Building, not to be confused with Michael Fur. That's rabbit furs and other furs. Anyway, the scope says demolition and removal of the entire building, including removal of all metal roofing, wood components, and all bricks down to the concrete slab. The slab is not a part of this demolition bid. You guys have expressed that you can get rid of that slab yourself. And we're also saying the demolition project must be completed by December 1st, 2025, and that gives us plenty of time to get in there and get the concrete out and prepare the site for TxDOT, who's coming in April 2026 to put a sidewalk in. Do you have any problems with that bid? Questions or concerns? Going once, going twice. Do I hear a motion to approve that?
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion made by Precinct 3, second by Precinct 4, to approve advertising for bids for the demolition of the removal of the abandoned building located at 400 North Texana, Houseville, Texas, 77964. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Number 21, discuss and approve lease to own agreement between Great America Financial Services through vendor DeWitt, Poth & Son in Lavaca County to purchase one Kiochera Task Alpha PA 4500 CI printer for the monthly amount of $75 for the term of 48 months. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Precinct 2, second by Precinct 1, to approve the lease to own agreement between Great America Financial Services through vendor DeWitt, Poth & Son. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Same thing on number 22, discuss and approve lease to own agreement between Great America Financial Services through vendor DeWitt, Poth & Son and Lavaca County to purchase a Kiochera Eco SYS PA 3500 CX printer for the monthly amount of $48 for the term of 48 months out of the district clerk's office. Do I hear a motion?
I so moved to approve the lease agreement.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made by Precinct 2, second by Precinct 1, to approve the lease to own agreement between Great American Financial Services through vendor DeWitt, Poth & Son. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Final page. Number 23. Discuss and approve the purchase of a 2025 Chevrolet Colorado VIN number 1GCPTFEK1S1153101 for the Office of Emergency Management. It's found on page 65. Do you hear a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I heard number 1, I heard 4 and 1.
Yes.
Motion made by Precinct 4, second by Precinct 1, to approve the purchase of a 2025 Chevrolet Colorado VIN number last 43101 for the Office of Emergency Management. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Number 24, discuss and approve certificate of exemption from subdivision requirements for Dieter Schuknecht. I'm not sure if I got that one right. Who wants to pronounce that one?
I think you did well.
Did a good job.
Close enough.
I can do Bohemian names, but this is a German. It's full on German. Dieter, D-I-E-T-E-R, S-C-H-U-H-K-N-E-C-H-T. I believe, Schuknecht. Okay. I believe this is one that they sent the paperwork on their bench, correct? Number 24, hold on. Yes. This is one paperwork. We put it on the agenda, and then the final paperwork came in over the weekend.
Yes.
And she said it's good to go. So do I hear a motion? Does anyone want to walk me through this? What precinct is this out of?
Precinct 4 and everything is in order.
Okay.
Lots come off County Road 444, and I make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion by Precinct 4, second by Precinct 3, to approve the certificate of exemption from subdivision requirements for Dieter Schucknecht. Dieter, if you're listening, I'm sorry for butchering that name. I'm going to just call you Dieter. That's all I'm going to call you. All right, any questions or comments? And that's on County Road 444?
Correct.
Okay.
It's Dieter.
Dieter. All right, any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Number 25, discuss and approve mutual non-disclosure agreement between BioBridge Global and Lavaca County EMS to obtain blood products to keep in the ambulances. So, and that's brought to you by, state your name for the clerk, please, sir.
My name is Michael Firm, the EMS chief from Lavaca County EMS.
All right, good to see you.
Exciting times for Lavaca County and EMS as well. This is a goal, this is the main goal that our department had to button up by the end of the year, which is to bring whole blood products to our ambulance. Whole blood saves lives. It's been done for years and years in the battlefield. We've taken that data and that statistics and brought them back. These are years and years of trials, and some, some surrounding counties have had whole blood in their units for a good while. Why has Lavaca County waited until 2025 to do it? Well, it's pretty simple. We weren't able to get reimbursed off of that. There's a lot more lucrative departments that were out there who could afford to take this on, no matter what the cost was, and deliver this life-saving treatment. And luckily, not long ago, there was a bill that passed that is going to allow us to get reimbursed for this. This is a non-disclosure agreement in between, obviously for patient confidentiality and so on and so forth, that we have to have when it comes to medical care, in between us and South Texas Blood and Tissue. South Texas Blood and Tissue is probably the leading organization in the state right now that works with pre-hospital providers. This is a fairly new concept that we're working through throughout the state. As a matter of fact, I was proud to go testify this past year on a bill that provided funding to put a bag of whole blood in every county in the state of Texas. And truth be told, I think we asked for about $4 million, and the legislatures, I've never seen this before, but they came back and they said, how about we give you 10? So they see the benefits of this product out in the field as well. And when you think whole blood administration, you think trauma. You know, we have agricultural emergencies. We had a motor vehicle accident yesterday where we may have been able to give this product, but really it's about 50-50. We found out once whole blood started going out in the field for trauma, we're actually giving it to about 50% medical patients as well. Think GI bleeds and things like that. So this is going to be able to help our citizens out tremendously. We're prepared for it. We've bought the equipment for this, the refrigerators and the refrigerator and the warmer, and this was done off of grants and donations for this equipment. So we didn't use any out of our line items and budgets, and we should be up and going before too long. By the end of the year, that's the goal.
So each truck will have its own?
No, sir. We're going to have one unit of blood, and that will be located in the supervisor's vehicle.
Okay.
So as soon as an ambulance gets on scene and recognizes, if the supervisor's not already en route, recognizes that they're going to need whole blood products, then that supervisor will then rendezvous with that ambulance and begin administration.
Okay.
Right now, the only option that we have to administer whole blood in the field is basically call a helicopter. And once we pull the trigger on that, that could be anywhere from a $60,000 to an $80,000 bill for that helicopter, where if we administer it ourselves and we're doing it in the back of the ambulance, we're able to then transport that patient at a much substantially lower cost than $60,000.
And the cost for this program, or the cost for this?
You want to know the cost of the refrigerator first? It was pretty staggering.
What's the cost?
$18,000 for the refrigerator. All right.
How big is it?
It's not big. But keep in mind this refrigerator is obviously approved by the FDA. We have very specific temperature parameters because it's a live organ. Blood is live. We have to keep it in a specific temperature range. We have to have certain alarms. It has to be connected to data to be able to report back. So the chain of custody for a bag of blood is just like evidence, right? Everybody signs for it. You pick up the bag of blood, that bag of blood is only good for about 30 days. Right now, there's only one manufacturer in the world that produces 30-day blood, or 30-day bags. All the other bags are 21 days. When you get to about the 21st day of that 30-day bag and it has not been administered, Obviously, we have logistics, right? Because we don't want to throw away a live organ. It then goes back to South Texas Blood and Tissue, which would more than likely end up in the university hospital system and be administered to somebody who needs it there, where then we're replenished with another 21-day bag. So we've got a lot of logistics to work out. The equipment's here, we got it, and now this is where it starts, and we're working with our local hospitals to see if they would be like an emergency storage facility for us if something did happen to our refrigerator. We're working with South Texas Blood and Tissue to see what that looks like as far as exchange, and they offer courier services too, so if you happen to administer a bag of blood and they can't get you another bag for another 6 days, or we can't get there for another 6 days, they will courier it out to us. So it's a very interesting time that we're going to be moving into. Really cool. Need to be able to provide this service. Again, there is reimbursement for the blood products now where there wasn't before. Bag of blood ranges anywhere from $500 to $750. It just depends on where you source that. And so with South Texas Blood and Tissue being pretty much the leading organization for pre-hospital blood and being the easiest to work with, we're going to go ahead and hopefully enter this and start our talks with them.
Okay. Thank you much. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion. Second.
Motion made by Precinct 3, second by Precinct 4 to approve the mutual non-disclosure agreement between BioBridge Global and Lavaca County EMS to obtain blood products to keep in the ambulances. Any questions or comments? Go ahead. Wayne. Yes, sir.
Just clarification.
Yes, sir.
You said, I understood you to say a single
One
unit of blood?
One unit of blood, yes,
Is
sir.
it universal?
It is a universal donor blood, yes. So when we, hopefully towards the end of the year, when we go to kick this off, I would really like to be able to have a blood drive somewhere locally to really start letting the community know what's going on. And there's talks right now. I just got back from our governor's EMS. We have a whole blood task force that meets over this. And the talks that are going on right now are just amazing, from walking blood banks in the case of mass casualty incidents, flying blood to certain places in case of a Uvalde or something like that, where we're able to send multiple units of blood. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Thank you.
That said, that you just triggered Uvalde. The Hurricane Awareness Conference 2 years ago, we studied Uvalde in particular, and TDMs, they were doing a training exercise. They heard a shooting in Uvalde. They wasn't sure it was a school shooting, so they started doing it as if it was a school. They didn't know what it was, but they were moving whole blood that direction, helicopters.
Yeah.
And it was just like total fate that they were moving that direction that day. It worked out.
The talks in the background, at least when it comes with EMS on the state level, which is quite surprising, is actually a little more organized than dealing with the legislature sometimes. But we've got really good plans and really good MOUs in place for examples like that, where we can fly blood in, we can move patients out. There's even a we were talking this last week, there's even a program now to where if we have like a mass gathering and we have a lot of heat exhaustion at one time, there's a couple of fire departments within San Antonio that will load up all their coolers, all their ice, put them on Air Life and fly them out here to us. So pretty neat plans in the background.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Burr, Chief Burr. I had a motion from Precinct 3, second by Precinct 4 to approve. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. That
Thank you,
motion
gentlemen.
Thank you. The motion passes. Last major issue here is number 26, discuss and approve certificate of exemption from subdivision requirements for Lester Spees, as found in Precinct 2 on page 69 through 72.
Yes, sir. I believe that falls under my purview in Precinct 2. This is a 99-acre tract that's being divided into six pieces. It does meet the requirements upon examination that it is qualifies for an exemption and should be extended to Lester Spees here. It is worth noting that Mr. Spees lives in Germantown, Wisconsin, and so I'm sure this is family land. This is in the Shiloh area of County Road 214 and 212, so it's being split 6 ways, and each property has access to a county road. So
All right.
I move that we approve it.
Second.
Motion made by precinct 2, seconded by precinct 1, to approve the certificate of exemption from subdivision requirements for Lester Spees. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion passes. That moves us into consent. Do we have a motion to approve by one motion, second, and vote? Yes, sir?
One exception.
One exception.
Judge, there's on item C, the temporary water line permit, there's been a typographical error. I went back and checked the permit. It's not 230, it's 231.
Okay.
So, but the permit states 231.
Was that a motion that you'd like to make that?
Yes, I'd like to amend item C to strike 230 and insert 231 for the county
Okay.
road.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Motion made by on the consent agenda, a motion made by precinct 2, second by precinct 3, to change temporary water line permit from EOG Resources from Lavaca County Precinct 2 to include Lavaca County Road 240 and 231, not 230. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of changing item C to 231, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Now, with that change made, is there any other changes made to consent? If not, I'll entertain one motion, second, and vote to approve all consent
I
items.
move we approve
Okay.
consent agenda.
Second.
Motion made by precinct 2, second by precinct 1, to approve the consent agenda as amended. By one motion, second, and vote. Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Consent has been approved. Our microphones will go off until we are out of consent. All right, we are out of consent. Any other business of the court? If not, number 28 is to announce the next meeting. The next meeting will be September 8th, 2025 at 10 a.m. Again, a reminder that all agenda items must be into the judge's office by noon on August the 2nd. September 2nd. Did I say September? Tuesday, September 2nd by noon, so we can get everything done by 4-ish to do an agenda. And we may have to adjust that. Maybe we may have to do Monday. It's going to be tough. So who knows what's going to happen next September 8th. But anyway, that's it. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Yes.
Motion made by precinct 2, second by precinct 1 to adjourn. All those in favor of adjourning say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. Thank you. Okay. Turn this off.
You will. Just be patient.
I'll be back. I'm gonna make a trip downstairs. It's all good.
There ain't morphine in one of them drugs. Killed or something. Sorry, I'm not. Yes, sir. Hey, I forgot about this. Now, we're good. Yeah,